pâr.
Chose the wrong way to go. Man, that's annoying because when I went down there, there's like 6 scavs standing right there. Like, bro. That's the second time that I've had bad luck when it comes to fucking just literally timing. Like, ridiculous. Like, if I would have left just literally like half a minute before, 30 seconds before I left right then, I'd be alive. But nope, that's what the game does to me. That's just what it do. That's just what it do. Okay, technically could get all of these done in one raid.
Hey guys, this is a therapist task guide for Thirsty Echo. For this task, we do have to locate any information about Thirsty on Shoreline and then obtain the information in Thirsty's hideout, and then you have to survive an extract and hand over the information. So here's the map of Shoreline. Where we do have to go is into the basement of the west wing of the health resort, and we are going to have to go into a side room just before the empty pool. So my PMC is here on Shoreline just beside the admin building and in front of the tennis court. So the back of the west wing is going to be right here, and directly in front of me will be some open double doors that lead into the first floor of the west wing. Now once you go in through these doors, then you will have a staircase in front of you that does lead to every level, including the basement of this west wing. So you do want to go down a level into the basement and then follow the hallway all the way around to the right, where you will see the large open pool room. And this is the same room that you did have to come to for the Cargo X Part 3 task. Now you don't want to actually go into the pool room. You do want to go into the last room on your left before the pool. And as soon as you enter into this room, then you will get a subtask complete for locating the information about Thirsty. Once you are in here, then you will have to check 3 to 4 different spawns for Thirsty's information in his hideout. And the first spawn is going to be in the fridge in the far right corner in between the 2 bottom drawers. And apparently there is a spawn underneath or on top of this table or on top of the chair here just behind me. And then just to the left of this table inside this blue locker is a potential spawn inside of the red box that's in the door. And for this one, you may have to actually lean peek to be able to grab it out from the box just because of the janky location. And then the final spawn that we do know about at this time is going to be right behind the garbage can that was next to the door that we did come into this room from. So on your way back out, then it will be on the right hand side, and the diary will be in between the garbage can and the wall. Now after you do retrieve the diary, then you will have to survive an extract to be able to hand it over to the therapist. So if you do happen to die in between finding the item and extracting, then you will have to come back to Shoreline. And just a tip is that it may be a good idea to bring a paracord and the Red Rebel in order to extract at the Climber's Trail Red Rebel extract, which would be quicker and have less scavs to deal with on your way out than going to, say, Path to Lighthouse or Road to Customs. So hopefully you guys found this guide useful and it does help you to complete this task. Thank you guys so much for choosing my guide on this, and I hope that you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Hey, what's up guys, Rick here. So it looks like I'm going to lose another round of my sanity here because, yes, Hassan Piker, he simply will not stop. He has been absolutely losing his mind, and there's so much to cover today, so let's just get into it, okay? So we're going to look at some things, including another round of puff pieces that are trying to portray Hassan as some sort of political hero, and of course, they literally use the photo of him cosplaying as Chairman Mao for the article. Then we're going to be looking at some more evidence, in case there wasn't enough evidence, more evidence of him regularly shocking his dog, Kaya. Then, of course, he's going to be blaming Asmongold for everything. In fact, he makes delusional claims that Asmongold is losing his audience to Hassan and that Asmongold is completely obsessed with him. Then we're going to see Hassan's own audience scolding him for being a misogynist. And then we're going to look at another round of Hassan glazing up Houthi terrorists. That's right. And then we're going to end with Hassan being mocked because he wants to once again claim he is a good socialist. Yeah, there's a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, like, this is over the past 24 hours. I really want to hammer that home. This is all, like, in the last 24 hours. Like, anyone else, you maybe have, like, one of these moments a year. He had, like, 5 of them in the last 24 hours. But let's jump right into it with the puff piece released by CNN. They're doing some really brave stuff over at CNN. Now, you can see the headline, Hassan Piker wants to stream less in 2026. Finally, an opinion he has shared that I think we can all agree on. That's a big Hassan W right there. But of course, you can see the quotes here. I think people are very fed up with the lack of change from either major party. I think it's causing them to look for alternatives. Yes, they're going to be looking for alternatives like Hassan Piker. And I cannot believe a major news network is using this photo of him cosplaying as Chairman Mao from the Streamer Awards. You know, Chairman Mao, who's responsible for somewhere between 40 to 70 million deaths in Chinese history because of famine and executions due to his absolute lack of leadership and narcissism and just overall cruelty. Yeah, that's the image they're going for. This is the alternative everyone's looking for. But let's go into the article itself. Describing himself, Hassan says, what I do is basically AM radio, but for Zoomers. The 34-year-old streamer Hassanabi, to his 3 million followers, flips between a dizzying number of tabs, offering political commentary on the day's news to an audience of mostly young men. When he's not sounding off on the culture or offering dating advice, he's tearing into right-wing figures or the policies of the Trump administration. I think instead of tearing into, I think you meant seething and crying helplessly about these people that get under his skin. But anyways, watch the turn of this article. This is like the signature of a Hassan Piker puff piece. He's also 6'4" and jacked in an era where the political right is fixated on hyper-masculine attributes. Absolutely shameless. Shameless, ladies and gentlemen. We have seen this before with these articles. They're talking on the one hand about how much of a political hero he is, and then they add in there how attractive they think he is. This is weird. You're literally trying to promote someone as some sort of political pundit, and you can't stop talking and glazing up his physical appearance. It once again proves that if he looked like this, his audience and all these glazers would abandon him in 1 second. 100% truth. with that. But the article continues on and actually manages to get more embarrassing. So it says, this year, these credentials made Piker a subject of political and media fascination. Yeah, people were really fascinated with how this guy makes outrageous statements, advocates for political violence, and shocks his dog live on stream. That was very fascinating. I'm sure he really enjoyed the extra attention, because not everything's a puff piece. I mean, there's regular national media coverage he's gotten that is not good. And also on social media, we know how that's going. But anyways, they say Democratic operatives reportedly courted him. Yeah, reportedly, according to Hassan, that happened, by the way. Journalists covered him at length. Strategists and pundits looked to him to understand how liberals might win over young men, a demographic that broke sharply for the GOP in 2024, which some attributed to bro podcasters and streamers like Joe Rogan palling around with Trump. I am telling you, if your party is trying to win over young men, Hassan Piker is literally the last guy you should ever be turning to.
Where?
Ever. But anyways, they rounded out here with this.
Oh, those things?
As Democrats set out to find a Joe Rogan of the left, Piker, with his cutting jawline, what does that have to do with anything when it comes to him being a political pundit? Insane glazing. But they continue on and it gets worse. Serious protein intake and empathy for immigrants and trans people came up again and again. Wow, what an empath, guys. Also, these serious protein intakes, I wonder what that looks like. If you guys, this is a real photo. If you guys think like the China photos and the recent ones of him are embarrassing and like giga cringe, go back in time and you have stuff like this with Cowboy Piker over here. But anyways, yeah, he's got a lot of empathy for trans people, which is true until the point where they disagree with him on anything, and then he'll just berate them publicly. That's kind of how he works. And also, yeah, he has a lot of empathy for immigrants as well, but certainly not dogs. Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of empathy for dogs, as we've seen, but there's some updates regarding that. More evidence that he shocks his dog. In case you are not convinced somehow with like the 50 different clips of him doing it, here's some more proving that his trainer that he has mentioned on stream, who was watching his dog back in February when Hassan was traveling, he basically used his dog Kaya, Hassan's dog, to promote a shock collar, implying that Kaya and this other dog will approach because they have the collar on, and the other dog that doesn't have the shock collar on will not approach.
Tucker, come.
Now, I know what some of you are thinking. This can't be real. This can't be. And you know what? Have you considered that this might be far-right / pro-Israel slander? Yeah, I mean, that's what he was going with the last time this started up. And you know what? That's true. I think Netanyahu literally crafted
really
this
good.
entire slander campaign. The trainer is a sleeper agent for Israel, and this whole thing was a setup. It's just another far-right / pro-Israel lie, this series of clips you just watched. But it's also important to note here, where is his dog? I mean, it's there on stream, but its amount of featuring has gone down significantly, like by probably like 90%. Like it's almost never on screen anymore. When in the past, Kaya was in her place or position for hours and hours and hours and hours every single day. It was a literal mascot, a living, breathing mascot forced to sit on that mat all day long as basically a little placeholder to keep people's attention. But yeah, haven't seen much recently. What does that tell you? I don't know. Let me know in the comment section down below. But of course, it couldn't be a Hassan related video without a crash out about Asmongold. And boy howdy, did he have a lot to say about Asmongold. In fact, he goes into a very long rant claiming that Asmongold is completely and utterly obsessed with him and it is a one-way street where the amount of obsession on Asmongold's side is nowhere near comparable to Hassan in reverse.
This who's trying to roast us through reviews and comments to his videos, Asmon, I don't care, okay? He's going to continue doing that until more and more people from his audience peel away, and actually more and more people from his audience peel away and move on to different people or to different politics, because there's only so much anti-woke sentiment you can lean into until people realize, like, okay, my financial situation hasn't changed. Like, okay, we're fucking fighting the trans people. We're fighting the wokes. We're fighting all the wokes, but like my rent is still going up. My job prospects are in the shitter. Okay? There's only so much you can propagandize to a population that is feeling the pain. Okay? That's it. And when that fucking happens, more and more people will peel away. Maybe some of them will come here. You know, the ones who weren't like so negatively propagandized against, right?
Notice how in true Hassan fashion he begins his rant about Asmongold by saying, I don't care. Like, buddy, we know you care. We know you care about Asmongold, what he thinks and what he's up to. We know you care. Can you please spare us this qualifier? We know you care. Please snap out of it. But he goes into some statements there saying that more and more people are peeling away from Asmongold. I would love to see proof of that, because everything you can see publicly proves the opposite. Asmongold has been consistently growing for this entire adventure here. Even despite controversies and people trying to ruin him, it still leads to more and more growth. And if you look at his other claims, Hassan is saying some of them are even heading his way. I don't think so, man. Like, I really don't think so. If you look at the streaming numbers, if you combine both platforms Asmongold streams on versus Hassan, the overall number for Asmongold is larger. And then you go to YouTube, it's not even a fair comparison at this point. Like, I believe Asmongold probably gets like 10 times his views on the average YouTube video, and I think he uploads more on YouTube where his editors do. But yeah, I don't really know where this claim of people peeling away. And then he gets into this like very pandering message about people who are going through a very difficult financial situation, how it hasn't changed, and that the population is feeling the pain right now. Dude, nobody wants to hear this from Hassan or his community, by the way. If you're someone who is feeling the pain or financially struggling or something like that, if you're someone who doesn't share all of the same opinions as Hassan and his community, they hate you. They literally hate you, and they probably celebrate
did you put
and
on this,
revel in
Alfredo
any
stuff?
sort of suffering you have. That is how they operate. Everyone knows this. It's not a secret. But of course, his rant about Asmongold would continue.
You just really can't stop thinking about him, huh? Rent-free and everything. Sad, very sad to see you come to this.
Good.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Asmongold has talked more times about me on his broadcast every single day, demanded my deplatforming. I've never even demanded Asmongold get deplatformed. Sucks to suck, bitch. Numbers on the board. Asmongold has a 100-to-1 ratio to my commentary on him versus his commentary on me. You could say it's delusional. Facts are still facts. This is projection. It makes you feel bad.
No.
In the off chance that you see me covering Asmongold, especially because he's doing a serious attitude shift right now because he smells that there's blood in the water, and you can cope all day. But if you look at Asmongold's YouTube channels, versus my YouTube channel, what I choose to actually cut from my stream and post on my YouTube channel for every 2 videos on Asmongold,
But it's a
that I do
salad.
as the largest political commentary person on this platform now, botted or not botted, doesn't matter, versus how much he talks about me, there is a major disparity.
Does it literally get any more rent-free than this? It is actually insane. I mean, it's really true, right? He could stub his toe in his $3 million mansion, and his first thought is, why did Asmongold do this to me? Or what does Asmongold think about this situation? It is crazy, okay? The chatter saying rent-free, you're a brave soldier, okay? You're gonna get probably permabanned, but that's kind of Hassan's thing, especially recently. He likes to pull up chatters who dare to question anything he's saying, and they try to basically publicly humiliate these people before eventually banning them, because they dare to ask any sort of question or make any sort of criticism that goes against what he's trying to accomplish. And him talking about Asmongold, talking about him at a 100-to-1 ratio is completely delusional, okay? That doesn't even pass the whiff test, okay? Everyone knows that is completely delusional. There's no way it's even anywhere near that. In fact, if you wanted to have a clearer picture, you'd probably just reverse that ratio, he said. It's clearly Hassan who's always bringing up Asmongold, and then Asmongold has the nerve to respond. Also, if you don't want people talking about you, stop saying and doing ridiculous things. And he says, as proof, that facts are still facts. And of course, has nothing to show for it. Okay, he just wants you to accept his word, and I'm sure his audience does. I'm sure his audience does believe this 100-to-1 ratio, but that's the way it works over there. And then you hear that part, right? He really emphasizes, I am the largest political commentary channel on Twitch, on that platform. He's very specific with his description. You know why? Because it's technically true once again, because a few months ago, Asmongold started dual streaming on Kick, thus splitting his audience up onto two platforms, once again restoring Hassan to the position of top political commentary channel on Twitch. Something that is very important to him. Okay, that is the most important thing. He was crashing out for months about losing that title to Asmongold, and now he's got it back, and he's making sure you know about it. But let's continue on with the clip, because there's more stuff we have to talk about.
Call into question whether or not he is a sincere political actor. He is capable of presenting himself as this like honest guy by living in filth. Every one of his fans goes, oh, he obviously doesn't care about anything. He doesn't care about money. He still lives in this like filthy home, right? So clearly he's like honest, not realizing that you can live in a situation like that, and that's marketing, I guess, to a certain degree.
I hope that guy didn't hear me. I accidentally just moved. I wonder where that guy just ran off to. He definitely heard me, that's why he didn't go in there.
degree when your position, your worldview is inconsistent. You look to someone like myself and you go, oh, Hassan is a socialist, but he dresses nice. He showers daily. He has a nice home to live in with his family. Okay, and it's clean. Obviously, that's hypocritical. Look to my output. Listen to my words. My positions on things do not change.
I love that part about listen to my words. Buddy, we have been listening to your words and watching your actions for many, many years. This is why people look at your actions like zapping dogs, glazing terrorists, calling for political violence, things like that. The list goes on and on. We know what you're saying and we know what you're doing. That's why people don't have respect for you or have massive criticism for you. I think that's very easy to understand. And he also
What the fuck? This guy cheating? Is that why he's just like perfectly ignoring where I'm at and not walking in front of me? I died so many times right here. I thought this is where the colleague thing. Oh fuck, did I grab the cottage safety? No, god dang. Literally have that key. Why am I forward? Not terrible.
Hey guys, this is a therapist task guide for colleagues part. Hi guys, this is a therapist task guide for colleagues part 1. For this task, you have to locate the group that was sent to the health resort, to the pier, and also the cottages, and then you have to survive and extract from shoreline. Keep in mind that you do have to locate all 3 of the groups in one raid. If you do happen to die or can't get to all 3, you will have to come back and redo this task. Alright guys, this is a map of shoreline. The first set of bodies I'm going to be showing you guys is down at pier, just outside the offices. So I'm just outside the only entrance onto pier, that's the gas station, so I just turn directly around and then run down this road past this SUV. The body that you have to to go to is just past this little guard hut on the left hand side, so you just run over top of the body and then you are good to go on to the next one at the cottages. The second group of bodies is going to be on the west side of the map, up above the cottages, just inside the fence line, right next to an ambulance. I'm at the intersection right now by Sanitar's house in the construction area. I'm pointing towards power, and then this is the construction area, and then Sanitar's house is just on the left side of this fence. So we're just going to enter into the compound area, and then we're going to continue along the fence the entire way down. You're going to see an ambulance on my left, and just in front of the ambulance on the right by this tree, there's the bodies that you have to run over. So you just walk over top of the bodies, and then you are good to go on to the final.
Boom. I don't know if anyone's been here yet. Yeah. Oh, sure. Hello, nigga. Bruh. Bro. Prestige. Prestige. the SBT. That's regular. Oh shit, not gonna make it. Oh my god, I should have left just a little bit earlier. Baby, 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 we got it. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh, I think I got it. I think I got it. I think I got it. Oh, oh. Oh, 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 no, 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 do this to me. Oh my god. Just in the nick of time.
Also says his positions don't change. That's rich. Okay, this guy flip-flops the second it becomes convenient for him. And, I mean, if you flip-flopped or change your opinion, like saying America deserved 9/11, or you're 10 toes down with the Houthis, or you have no issue with terrorist groups like Hezbollah, like, do you still believe in those positions? I don't know. I know he doesn't want to bring those up again because they were such a disaster for his reputation. But the part that's absolutely nutty is the socialist aspect. He says, I'm not a fake socialist. I just dress nice and shower. Oh, look at that. A joke about showering at the expense of Asmongold. Did you guys know his room is dirty? Yeah, that's crazy. I haven't heard that before. But yeah, this guy saying that he's not a fake socialist while living in a $3 million mansion. Yeah, I mean, he's got to live there, guy. He has no choice. Capitalism literally forced him to live there. You guys have no idea. This whole thing is so ridiculous. He's the type of guy who, in this situation, likes to call right-wing commentary a well-funded grift. And then he says they're trying to use the super wealthy to keep the working class occupied. Oh, yes. I love hearing from a guy driving around a $250,000 luxury vehicle about the working class being held down. Oh, what a poor guy. This champagne socialist is such a clown. And look at people in a related thread just clowning on him. Who's we? With a picture of Hassan in his equestrian days, back when he was in his rags to riches story, right? He was in the rags part. He was really financially struggling at this time when he was riding around horses. Crazy. Hassan is a part of the super wealthy. Yeah, this man spends so much time watching Asmongold that he started using Asmongold's words to suit his own agenda. The Nepo baby socialist calling anyone a grifter will always be hilarious.
I need the suppressor for
yes. I mean, what else do you say at this point?
6 or 7.
The delusions. If you're a Hassan fan or glazer and you still haven't gotten it, that this guy is full of BS. He's a complete contradiction of everything he pretends to stand for. I don't know what else you could see at this point. But Asmongold would share in a couple of clips here some of his grievances, or responding to at least Hassan's grievances of him. And a lot of it is the typical Hassan Piker system, right? Just completely making things up. And I do like how he points out this dichotomy of whenever Hassan or his orbiters or anyone like them brings up someone like Asmongold or a critic, they bring up a truth and a lie. And they try to meld those together to basically muddy the water.
He called your chat the #1 anti-Semitic source in this platform and blamed you for the shooting in Australia?
I did not blame... See, this is what he does. He reads a message from his chat that it's not even true, and then he just goes off on it. And the thing is that he's getting mainstreamed media by his chat. And let me explain what I mean by that. Mainstream media, what they love to do is they love to splice the truth and the lie like together like a DNA helix, right? So I did say that his chat was the main source of anti-Semitism on Twitch. I did say that, and I think that is undeniable. And if you disagree with that, go watch what happened with his chat. These were your subscribers, by the way. Your subscribers, not random viewers, your subscribers that were putting hearts in chat for the murderer of the Israeli diplomats. That's crazy, huh? Wow. It certainly wasn't my chat that got the word Zionist banned, was it? So, and again, we've got some of those people in my chat too. We do. Listen, if he's #1, I might be #2, but there's a big difference between #1 and #2.
Ported potentially or getting...
Zero. I made zero. I said you should have said thank you to the Trump administration for making sure that you weren't a terrorist because you had interviewed a terrorist. This is not crazy. Like, I didn't say that you should have been deported. He shouldn't be deported. He shouldn't be. Listen, clip it. This is it. Hassan should not be deported at this time.
So yes, as we talked about here, truth and a lie. There was a truth. Asmongold did say that he believes that Hassan's chat is the biggest source of anti-Semitism on Twitch. I think a lot of people agree with that. In fact, the word Zionist was banned because of Hassan. In fact, there was another rule made because of Hassan and his community, where now you can't read manifestos anymore, because despite even being in emote-only mode, his own subscribers were spamming hearts while hearing the manifesto of a person who murdered 2 Israeli diplomats in cold blood. He created those rules, his community, because they're so unhinged and anti-Semitic. okay? But that's the truth about what Asmongold said. Then you have the lie that's tagged in there where his chat claims that Asmongold blamed Hassan for the mass shooting, the terrorist attack in Australia, in Bondi, that happened a couple days ago, which he never did. Okay, we all know he never did that. And then you have the part about the deportation. Asmongold has never said that. But, of course, in true fashion, it goes on. And you get more lies, and you start getting more rules for thee, but not for me.
Yeah. How many videos did he do on the Sabra hummus is anti-Semitic? Now he's over here talking about
Sabra hummus is anti-Semitic. Oh, the Jew to Arab tier list. Why was Ben Shapiro at the bottom of it? It's interesting.
I shit on leftist
I knew he was going to do it.
principles and the way that leftists operate and the way that leftists can present themselves, carry themselves on the internet and all around.
Well, what you do is you criticize people that are woke shaming and woke scolding, and unless it's you doing it, then it's different. Unless it's you tweeting woke is back. So this seems like a very self-serving value.
Person that called out Israel with maximum intensity.
Because you guys used Israel's bad behavior as a shield for your own. That's the reason why. You tried to launder the legitimate, real problem that Palestinians have with your own personal vendettas, your own personal politics, and your own personal reputation. Like, you can't tell me that Frogan calling Ludwig a cracker is helping Palestinians whenever she's telling him not to donate to Palestinians.
Now, come on, Asmongold. Are you sure that Frogan's race-based tier list where they put Arabs in the S tier and Jews in the F tier, are you sure that didn't save countless Palestinians? Are you also sure that Frogan calling Ludwig a cracker and discouraging him from donating $10,000 to Palestinians, are you sure that didn't save countless lives? Yeah, these people in their activism is so ridiculous, and everyone sees through this. And again, you got some truths and then a bunch of lies mixed in, okay? And that's how Hassan and his community operate, because he also believes everything his chat says. Like, it's a real problem. Okay, that's advice I can give to anyone. He's not going to listen to it, obviously. But to anyone out there, don't believe everything your chat says, especially when you get into a pattern of it where they start understanding that you're going to believe them, so they start trolling you, or just trying to use you as some sort of a conduit to get some slander across against someone the chatter doesn't like. But anyways, you can see he doesn't like when the rules are made against him, and this sort of like this woke scolding thing is something that he is suffering from. In fact, there's another clip here where he's getting canceled by his own chat for being a misogynist, because he's basically saying women in certain positions only got there because of the amount of sexual favors they provided.
It's pretty funny because everybody hates her. Like, why wouldn't you hate her? Why would you not hate her? If you are a lifelong career reporter, journalist, editor, producer, whatever, okay, and you've sucked a mountain of dicks, okay, every day is a climb on Dick Mountain, and you're sucking it, okay, and then Barry Weiss, who objectively sucked less dicks, but the right kind of dicks, gets one on you. And now she's commanding the entire franchise. You're like, what do you mean? I've been climbing Dick Mountain every goddamn day. You mean to tell me that you could helicopter your way to the top because you sucked one cock? That's bullshit. Girl getting clipped for hating women? What? I don't know what you're talking about, but it's true. Look. He will not understand. There being a fascist takeover happening is not a green light to just ignore your own progress, my guy. I like that you know you're going to be here tomorrow to do this when it happens. And I'm excited to yell at you and block you. And then have Asmongold also use you as a point of propaganda with another 2 million view video where he's like, Hassan's own audience is turning on him. Can you believe how gross and misogynistic he is? Chatter kind of right. Guys, this is how it always goes. This is how it always goes. Oh my God. Rainey draws a lot. I mean, saying a woman suck dicks to get their position. First of all, Barry Weiss is not even a straight woman, okay? And secondly, we're not even talking about just Barry Weiss. We're talking about virtually everyone that kiss asses, if you don't want me to say sucking. And last but not least, once again, metaphor, euphemism for brown nosing, okay? When I say I f*** your mom, that doesn't mean I like literally f***ed your mother, okay? Please stop doing this. I can't. As soon as I fucking noticed one, of course there is going to be a million other people in the chat that are now piling on as well.
This is actually very easy to break down, okay? This is the hypocrisy. Hassan's gonna act like what he's doing is just metaphors or hyperbole or something like that to get his point across. But imagine if Ethan Klein said these exact same comments. How would Hassan and his community view that? They would call him a disgusting misogynist and they would try to ruin his life. But when Hassan does it, well, I guess it's just a hyperbole or an exaggeration to get a point across. This is exactly what Asmongold was also talking about with this woke scolding. He loves to use it against other people, but when it's used against himself, he starts to crash out, including crashing out on his own audience. He admits, too, in many different clips that these are his viewers that are mad at him. A lot of these people are his longtime subscribers. We've seen people who have been subscribed to him for years making a comment saying basically, dude, what happened to you? And he still singles them out and tries to shame them publicly in his chat. It's very, very funny to see, if we're being honest. And again, like, who would ever believe Hassan Bro Tips Piker would ever say anything that would be misogynistic? I cannot believe this, ladies and gentlemen. But let's wrap this out, okay? We had to have one more too, right? So apparently Hassan is now once again defending Houthi terrorists. Can you believe it? Yeah, he's not just interviewing them, he is defending them. In fact, he's saying that the actions of the United States, like the targeted attacks on submarines ran by the cartel that are bringing in fentanyl to various countries, taking those out is totally wrong. But when Houthi pirates shoot missiles at civilian ships even, and doing anything they want, and causing harm and destruction everywhere they go, that's totally fine with Hassan. That's totally the righteous side, and then the bad side is the United States for taking out the cartels for pushing fentanyl into various countries. Guys, please stop and think of the cartel members. Golly, just think of them for a second. Yeah, this guy is completely delusional. The fact that anyone would be mad at the one but justifying the other, complete hypocrite, totally stupid. But I mean, what do you expect at this point? This guy is still going to be getting the puff pieces. He says he doesn't pay for them. Guess what? To take his word on that, I mean, there has to be a reason why someone would write these shameless articles that are like almost always following the same format of glazing him up politically and then glazing up his appearance. It's like literally a signature of any of these puff pieces. But anyways, that's going to do for this video. As always, feel free to share your thoughts about today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I'll see you next time.
This is Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history. And I'm your host, Dave Jewett. Today, we're at the Royal Armouries in person for Christmas, our month-long series of very special episodes where we'll be checking out a selection of weird and wonderful weaponry from across video games and movies. This time, we're pushing the gunsmith to its limits as we try to use some cursed creations to escape from Tarkov.
Oh, good lord. It's never good when stuff's clipping through itself. What the hell are those?
Well, those are 4 of the most high-powered
Oh,
torches in the
giant
game.
flashlight. Okay,
Which
so
is why
they're...
I called it a sunbeam.
I see. I guess if you absolutely had to blind someone while shooting at them, definitely going to have to clutch my emotional support weapon now.
Each episode will contain a secret special Christmas gift for Jonathan.
So stay tuned for later in the episode where we're going to take a dive under the tree and see what Christmas spirit, the spirit of Christmas present, has left for Jonathan this episode.
We also have a longer director's cut version of this episode over on our Patreon, link in the description below for that extended cut. But now, without further ado, let's get into the video.
Let's start with the first gun then. I mean, it's not all cursed stuff.
I should hope not.
This is just a normal Orgay 3.
Yeah, which immediately throws me off because when you say Orgway UG-A3, it's got the Piccadilly rail on the right-hand side. I immediately think rail across the top. But if you look at Steyer's catalogue, that's not the case. They've gone back to this integrated optic thing that they had, well, not the same optic, back in the day with a 1.5 power, not very good, which we have. We don't have this version. So far, so not cursed.
Well, there is a few customization options in Escape from
Sure.
Tarkov. This is the one that I made.
Yeah. Weirdly, the first thing I noticed was that they've gone back to the original production cocking handle, whereas the one you just showed me was the hooked one that was designed for the first AUG and is now back on the design. That's me, like, the displacement behaviour or whatever you call it. Why have you put two D-balls or moles, whatever they're called, PQ-15s?
Well,
on there?
I've named a
quite
few
tell.
of these weapons.
Three of them, sorry. You've got three of them on there.
For the weapons that I haven't named, please leave in the comments name suggestions. I've dubbed this one
Four of them.
Blackpool Tower because it's tall and covered in lights.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I've seen worse, I think.
Height over bore is an issue with this one.
Well, you say that, but this isn't a million miles away from some of the setups I'm seeing on Instagram with sort of gun influencers who are who've got like over carry handle height optics, which I do not understand as someone that doesn't do a huge amount of shooting, I guess. But I also see people who do, who I know, saying, "Yeah, I don't get that either." But some of them, seriously, appear to me to be as tall as that.
You know, you've got really no excuse to be inaccurate from the hip.
Tactical suntan as well. You just lightly cook the enemy before you shoot them.
But one
I
of them's
guess.
got to end up in their eyes.
As we've said before, I think visible lasers are not very commonly used. More typically, they'd be IR lasers visible with night vision. Of course, if the enemy has night vision, then it's still a Blackpool illumination scenario.
Yeah, if you're fighting scavs in Tarkov, they don't have any nods or any advanced optics to speak of. Doesn't stop them from hitting you in the heads and eyes, but you'll be pleased to know that I managed to keep this weapon intact, still in the stash.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm so pleased.
What do you think of the AUG? Cursed marks out of 10?
It's fairly low, you know. I mean,
Oh no, he's gaining resistances.
well, the only thing that truly makes it, as I say, because that ridiculous trend, I think, for very high red dots, the only thing that's truly cursed is putting 83 different laser modules on there. So I'm not going to call it low effort, but you're going to have to go harder than that at this point.
Well, thankfully, that was just the first gun of the
Yeah, I
episode.
know. It's a strong first entry, I'll put it that way.
So I picked up a G36 that I'm customizing here.
Yeah, now surely this is going to make you sad, because you love the G36.
I do love the G36.
And in fact, we have one.
We have a G36.
Shall I get that?
Yeah, it might look similar to this, but so the first main difference is, I mean, there's a few differences so far, but Tarkov actually has the magazine adapter to take
Yes.
Stanag mags.
Hooray! So usually I have to point out, because usually what I end up picking, because that's what games, they like the C, don't they? And ours has the, Stanag AR-15 magazine adapter. I say it that way because ours came with it, so it doesn't feel like an adapter. They were presumably configured like this from the factory. And in this day and age, G36 could easily be purchased with either, and it wouldn't really matter. But yeah, it was designed for that paddle catch originally.
So this is what I've created using one of my favourite firearms. It's always nice to see some of the customization options available in Tarkov in action.
I thought you'd actually just remove the barrel, but it's just a really short one, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, not liking the way this is going so far. In a way, I'm not entirely mad at the super short barrel. In fact, I think that's the handguard that's on our other C, the ex-police one, that's a polymer one.
Ah, even shorter as well.
It is slightly, I think, and it's made of polymer and it just has sockets for Picatinny strips, as it were. Whereas this is a bit more Gucci, I think. Aluminium handguard. It's a view you don't normally get, because we don't normally fold stocks on games, do we? But this assembly here is how you take the guts of the weapon out, basically. So what you're seeing there with the grooves on it for a purchase for your thumb or whatever, that's obviously correct. But because you've removed the stock, all we're seeing is the hinge that would be left behind if you did punch out this roll pin here and remove the stock.
Yeah, it was unnecessary weight, I felt.
I mean, if you're not using it, then yeah, I agree.
It became some weird sort of sniper pistol abomination.
Sniper pistol,
While
yeah.
I was using it.
I guess GIGN would approve. As much as we were saying recently that like maybe an ACOG on an SMG-sized weapon, or a super compact carbine like this, doesn't necessarily look terrible and could potentially, in the right situation, be useful. The LPVO just looks awful.
I kind of like it.
Especially, like, you've got the colour mismatch, you've got the great length of it. Like, I'm old enough for LPVOs to still feel like sniper scopes. I know they're not, obviously. And so in my head, it's just kind of, it's just wrong. It looks like a marksman G36, if such a thing were to exist, where someone's just removed the barrel or chopped the barrel down and left their buttstock at home.
I think the colour mismatch is the worst bit for me, and obviously the big SIG branding that you can't escape. But because Escape from Tarkov has some realistic ballistics and terminal effects, if you could land your hits, you can still make it work. That's the thing with Tarkov. You can make basically any gun work if you have the skills to do so.
I guess that's true of real life as well. Not recommended necessarily. But yeah, so all of those things combined, and I guess this is what you were going for, it reminds me of those car caricatures. Or
like
any
twisted wheels. At the
yeah,
front.
yeah, they're like really squat and chunky, and
That is a very niche early 2000s.
I know,
reference.
but I really kind of don't like them, and they live rent-free in the back of my head, so occasionally they come to the fore. Or any caricature where it's cutesified and squashed down.
And now what you've done is you've inspired someone out there to do a caricature of your favourite guns in
Oh,
in that
God.
style.
Oh, God,
Your words have...
I know, I should think before I speak, or just maybe shouldn't speak.
That'd make these videos tricky, so...
But not impossible. Flashcards, I don't know, sign language.
So I've named this 870 the quarterstaff, and hopefully you'll be able to see why.
Is it because you're going to make it super long? No? Yes.
It's because I've made it super long.
Sort of.
We don't need a stock, it's fine.
But the barrel isn't super long, only the magazine tube.
Yeah.
Right.
I tried to make it as long and as sort of...
The vertical grip ruins
Short.
the staff-like vibe slightly.
I should have left that off.
Or maybe like an angled one, or just a hand stop would have been the way to go. Come on, Dave.
Losing my touch.
I question your commitment to the bit here.
He says 3 guns into the episode.
Yeah, fair point. No, but you have succeeded in making me mad, because anything with a buffer tube with no stock on it, especially on something that doesn't functionally require it, instantly cursed.
Yeah.
So,
That's one
well
of the
done.
things we look for.
yeah. I mean, needless to say, if you're going to put a very long mag tube, and what's the capacity that's giving you? Is it like 12 or something?
I think it's 12.
Is it? Doing that, you may as well have the long barrel. That does make that. So that's 2 things that make it cursed: the buffer tube it doesn't need, giving it length it really doesn't need, but no purchase for even a cheek, much less a shoulder stop. And then a very, very long mag tube giving you a ton of capacity, but no extra velocity or shot patterning effect.
One of the more recent gameplay mechanics they've added in, I say recent in terms of Tarkov's life over many, many years, is being able to switch shoulders. So you can either jab yourself
Oh,
with the right
great.
shoulder or the left one. But it does mean you get a nice view of the right side of the weapon in action.
Yeah, great.
I need to
So,
appreciate that.
so had you had a spike on there, or like a corkscrew, that would have been even would have fitted your vision even better,
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, it would certainly teach good recoil control, wouldn't it?
So there's always some element of, feasibility with this stuff. I've also started using the Piranha rounds.
Do they shoot small piranhas?
They don't.
Shame.
I think they would actually be less dangerous than that. So the 12 gauge round contains dozens of razor sharp steel tacks that blast out at high velocity, which virtually guarantees there will be no response from the perpetrator. Each round is buffed with 12 shot, thus creating a double shock to the wound area.
Okay.
Absolutely will not harm your shotgun, to be used no closer than 10 feet and no further than 50.
Number 12 shot. That's tiny.
Yeah, these weren't the best rounds I've ever used.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I
It's
don't think.
almost like flechette we had at home.
I was going to say, like, flechette rounds, could be argued as high velocity, although out of a shotgun, probably not.
Not out of this one.
Tax.
Yeah.
High velocity tax is kind of a contradiction in terms, I think, because they've got tons of air resistance and not much mass. So even if you can propel them with like a magnum load, they're just going to kind of tumble and slow down and annoy the enemy, I would have thought. But
Well, I'm trying to reach out. Maybe this is beyond 50 feet, but Tarkov does do shotguns at range very well. It only takes a couple of pellets to do some
yeah,
real damage.
just as well, really, in this case.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I had to use all 12 shots in the tube.
Did the sharp tacks create a sort of additional bleeding effect or something?
Potentially, yeah, because obviously I've not been hit by them. I've only been sending them forth.
No, because you're the only one using them.
Probably, yeah. Everyone just uses Magnum buckshot or slugs. we could just sit and look at this MP5.
Am I going to
for a
need
while.
an emotional support MP5?
That is why I asked you to grab one, yeah.
Right.
I'll be honest.
This time we've just grabbed 2 that embody what you were pretending to show me that I'm guessing is now going to get cursed quickly.
You don't know that.
So A3 with the older style SEF lower as opposed to the modernized lower, which also has the burst mode on this version. And then our SD here has a butt cap on it and it has the burst. I say modern trigger pack, you can still get the older version. But anyway, hit me.
Starting to feel the tension building, guys.
Oh, good lord. It's never good when stuff's clipping through itself.
Yeah, that backup optic is like hitting the player character in the eye every time you do the inspector.
It was the giant, what the hell are those?
Well, those are 4 of the most high-powered
Oh,
torches in the
giant
game,
flashlight. Okay,
which
so
is why
they.
I've called it the sunbeam.
I see. Should have realised. Those are clipping through each other as well.
Yeah.
You've had to fit an angled foregrip. You've got a drum on there because, of course, you have. I guess if you absolutely had to blind someone while shooting at them,
When you're facing actual players, torches are very effective.
it kind of blinds you though through the optic.
Funny enough, when I was trying to use
Definitely going to have to
it,
clutch my emotional support weapon now.
when I was using it, it was sometimes so bright at close range, it washed out the target and the background.
Oh, is this just you doing the build? Okay.
So that's
And I think you chose well with the edit because it was somehow worse from first-person view. This I can sort of go into analytical mode, just being presented with the first person, because you can almost not see what it is.
What do you want
I wouldn't have even seen it was an MP5 necessarily right away from the first-person view. So we do have the butt cap on this SD here, which typically makes something an A1. On this one, it kind of makes sense. It's like a super compact sort of entry version of an SD, short mag, no butt stock, and you're going to have to push-pull or push-pull, whichever way around you want to do it, and have it on a single-point sling. I wouldn't fancy that rattling around on the end of a single-point sling. I think you'd end up seriously injured.
The entire thing is also a snag risk.
Yeah.
But because they model the recoil of 9mm so well, and I've got that suppressor and all this weight, it's super controllable.
I bet it is, yeah. Also, hanging some dumbbells off the bottom of it would also work.
Yeah, it can't climb past its own weight with the recoil. But if someone
Kind of how the Tommy gun works.
if someone comes at you with these amount of torches, or even any torch, it is dazzling in the game.
Yeah.
And at one point, people were running so many torches on their guns, it was causing everyone else to lag.
Oh, really?
Because
That's
the
funny.
game was trying to process all these extra lighting effects. Well, as you can see in some spots indoors, it's so bright, it just washes everything out into one just flat texture. Well, I sort of get my comeuppance in this gameplay.
Oh, good.
Someone beats me to death with a hammer
Oh,
or a scythe.
they should beat you to death with that.
I think at one point, because of the drum mag and the suppressor and barrel getting too hot, my weapon starts jamming on me, which, with all these scavs and the boss coming at me with a shotgun and a scythe, causes some issues.
Well, not only the weapon, but these super bright modern flashlights get incredibly hot. I just got a basic handheld torch one, and it actually got turned on in my bag once and melted its holder.
It's all right, the MP5 section is over.
I'm glad that's out of the way fairly early doors.
So I can't show you Tarkov without showing you an AK, or an AK variant.
Oh, that was
This is my AK variant.
jump scare. Genuine. I was just thinking, oh, that's quite similar to this, but actually we've got one that looks even more similar to, and then this pops up. Muk AK,
Yeah.
because of the colour scheme,
Yeah.
not because it's covered in meat.
No, I
And
tried
bread.
to make it look like a burger.
I'm glad it's not made of burger, because that would have been my assumption.
Nah.
It's vaguely reminiscent of some of these very out there competition guns that are brightly coloured with I guess because the accessories are based on real ones.
Yeah.
But
But
the-
the Zentico ones, the red ones?
Zenitco. Yeah.
The Zenitco
Yes,
ones.
Zenitco, the big Russian company that makes AK accessories, which means we can't get them.
I think we've seen the AKM before, but it's great. It's a wonderfully modelled AKM.
Although, weirdly, the worst thing about it is the incongruous optic.
Yeah, I think that's a early Soviet thermal optic.
Yeah, don't think we have one. It's not red or yellow, therefore the colour scheme is broken.
That was the gherkin in the burger. That was my thought.
Damn it. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's a big gherkin, but fair enough.
I like gherkins. What can I say? I mean, the food theme doesn't end there, though. Because
Oh, doesn't it?
have you spotted?
I wish it did.
The magazine.
Spotted it.
There's
I've spotted it insofar as I've seen that it exists.
there's a little detail on the
The
magazine.
usual definition of spotting.
What if,
In that case, no, I don't think I have. Are we going for banana here?
yeah, what do you think of the magazine? It's called the Banana Mag in the game. And it's
Is
got
it
the
just
little-
because it's yellow and then a curved AK mag, though?
Yeah, and
Or
it's
does
got a
it-
little sticker on it.
Oh, it's got the sticker. No, I missed that.
Oh.
Didn't see that. So that really doesn't really jibe with the burger motif, does it? I was thinking yellow for, well, the McDonald's logo. I presume that's what you're going for, red and yellow.
Yeah, it was the only yellow magazine I had. Do you have any yellow magazines that you can show off?
Not exactly. The S80 Blankfire mags have yellow on them, but are not yellow. The new KS1 Blankfiring magazines are yellow.
In game, Tarkov models a Magpul P-Mag, bright yellow, brackets, banana. I think this is a good time for us to take a quick look under our Christmas tree. Christmas Chris will grab that for us.
Christmas Chris. You've kind of given the game away, I feel.
Or have I?
Oh God, is this some horrific double? Is it just a banana?
So this is a gift from us to you.
I'm not sticking a banana in this gun.
I'm not expecting you to, and I would never ask you to.
It does feel quite like a magazine.
What
May
do
I?
do? Please do.
Oh. Okay.
So this is something that I made. I mean,
Clearly.
I didn't make the magazine. I painted this up to look as banana as possible.
Oh, the sticker's on. Oh, that's good. I like that.
You can buy yellow banana magazines for airsoft.
Yeah.
I think Evike.
Yeah, I
do
said
the
clearly
ones.
because it's.
Yeah, this
an
is an
airsoft
airsoft mag. I've not destroyed an actual AK mag for this.
That will prevent any of my colleagues from fitting it to a real one.
I mean, it fits in my airsoft AK. I'm not going to ask you to fit it into a real AK.
I actually do. I do enjoy that.
I think it would fit. But I try my best to make it look like a banana.
That's some nice work.
Thank you.
Precision brushwork. Eggshell.
Yeah, that's the effect I was going for. I didn't know how you liked your bananas, whether you liked them fresh and green or
Not a
little
huge banana
brown.
guy.
No.
Oh, damn. Missed opportunity. I'm not a huge banana man. Banana man.
Maybe this will change.
Beloved cartoon character of the 1980s.
Well, now you've got a yellow AK mag for the collection.
Thanks. The paperwork will be in the post.
You can obviously run this in game if you wish. The yellow ones are much more expensive than any other AK mag. They are rarer in game.
Surprised they don't give you a virtual rattle can situation.
Maybe that may come in a future update. The refresh rate on this optic was so low, it was causing me to miss my shots.
Yeah.
That's the excuse I'm running with anyway.
Early thermal optics are like 640, 480 resolution, if that, I think. The very early ones, maybe.
But I mean, again, the in-game performance, the thing ran well. Like all the Zenitco stuff's lightweight because it's all, that's fine.
It's just decided to end it all. I would say it's a moderately practical setup. It's just the color scheme and the fact that you're like mixing sweet foods with savory.
Well, the Zenitco furniture, you don't have to run the red stuff, but
Clearly not. No.
The meta AKs will often use a lot of this stuff that has the hex pattern or is lightweight, so you have that mobility in game. So definitely a bizarre weapon. I wouldn't call this cursed. I mean, it's got some of that in it, but a fascinating piece of current history.
I think that's safe to say.
Yeah.
Fair to say. Yeah. No, I don't think you can call it cursed. Because on paper, it's sort of a viable principle. There are a number of 50 caliber anti-material rifles out there. And in fact, I do think the Accuracy International AS50 isn't a million miles away from this, just an initial impression. But then you look at it in detail and they really are very different. If I remember rightly, that's like direct impingement with an SLR tilting bolt. This is AK, hence the name. Famously, this has been better part of a decade in the works, I think.
I believe Brandon Herrera worked directly with Battlestate to get them all the reference material they needed to recreate it and theorize some extra furniture that would be able to go on it.
It's either version 2 or 3. It might be the 3, but they have chosen to put a normal AK grip on there rather than the modern one that's on his actual Gen 3 one.
I think that is also a customization option. You can swap out.
Makes
some of
sense.
the
I mean, it literally
grips.
is. There's a surprising amount of AK to this.
Yeah.
I saw someone in the comments saying, well, it's not AK enough. Well,
It's about as AK as it can be.
I
and
don't
still
know
shoot
how
50
it could
BMG.
be. Yeah, it's got a bent sheet metal receiver with a sort of trunnion style architecture. It's got the same bolt carrier, not the bolt has to be different because it's not strong enough with 2 lugs, so that's different. The carrier, the piston arrangement, the return spring and guide rod setup. The trigger mech's literally an AK1 dropped in. Pistol grip is AK compatible, or in this case, literally an AK. Well, actually, the one that's on this current one is an AK one. It's just one that most people wouldn't recognise. And you've got, of course, got the gas block. The gas block is essentially an AK pattern gas block, just huge. So I don't know how you could really make it more AK other than by putting loads of wood on it.
Well, in-game it is impractical, expensive, rare, hilarious. I
So
don't
an
think you would-
AK-50 then?
Yeah, it's absolutely nailed the real world thing, I
Yeah.
think. The animation of feeding a single round in, holding this thing against your shoulder with
No
the charging
thanks.
handle, and getting a 50 BMG in, your PMC has got to be hench.
Now, the final version, which I think is the final version, it has a top cover, does it not?
Yeah, so this is the base version that I've stripped down to
Oh,
as bare as
right.
possible.
So this is you. Okay. So you're the one who's made it kind of cursed. But it is a mean gun that's been made real.
Yeah.
Not the only one. The amount of energy and forces involved in this. Yeah, the AK design is super robust, which is partly why he's chosen it for this. Yeah, if you've been following the project in detail, you'd probably know all this. But understanding how they have adapted to the increased energy involved is kind of fascinating. And a lot of the differences are to do with that, obviously. Otherwise, they would have kept it the same.
It's even loud to sort of manipulate.
I can hear it. I can hear how loud it is.
It's
like
not just
relative
loud
to
to
everything
fire,
else.
but just like the clunking of it just moving around, reseating another magazine. It's such a racket.
Which is where good sound design is absolutely essential, especially when people are like me, are using cheap in-ear earbuds. I'm not saying these are cheap, Dave, but mine are cheap. It's not exactly as the designers would have intended. You have to scale, and they have options now in menus for the headphones and surround sound systems and whatnot. But
It's a gun that
we've come a long way in sound.
Guns like this in Tarkov, even using it is sort of a vulnerable experience because you're just telling everyone where you are.
But you can just hide behind it.
yeah. As you said, this is a hell of a shield to hide behind.
So what it needs is a side Picatinny rail with a carry handle, so you can hold it like a. Well, maybe not. Let's get the closest thing we have currently to an M4A1. It's M4 adjacent. It's featured before in our collaborations. This is a UK-made M4 knockoff. So it is to the loose pattern. The only real giveaway, it might even be a A1 profile barrel under the handguards. I haven't actually checked. It has an A1 flash hider on it, which always bugs me and will bug people that noticed it. So I thought I'd point that out. But you'll see, don't know if the camera will, but I think we've shown it before. So Imperial Defence Services England, it's a rare thing to see on an AR-15, and it is automatic as well as British proof, but that's just something that's been imported to the UK. And then the model number is MG, confusingly, for MG4A5. And there was a whole range of these. So Mick Ranger of Imperial Defence Services, I believe he had the parts made in the Far East, and I think they were assembled in the UK or maybe somewhere else, not entirely sure. Go IDS, which is the commando dagger.
Very cool.
So historically interesting, one of a few British-made, or assembled in this case, I think, ARs. So that's our take on reality. Let's have a look at yours.
I've called this one the hot hand, and see if you can figure out why.
I would love a USGI M4A1, by the way, if anyone's out there. People have tried to help us in the past, it hasn't panned out. Not their fault. Ew. Another naked buffer tube. Yeah, so not a fan of that. Giant scope. Is that like a... What the hell is that?
That's
Not a night sight, I think.
a Soviet scope that I've had to put a Picatinny adapter on to fit onto an M4.
But it's the size of the weapon.
Well, I've got the 100-round C-mag on it.
Well, that doesn't faze me too much because we've seen a number of short ARs with C-mags.
Have you noticed why I called it the hot hand?
Yeah, because your hand is one with the gun. You are one with the weapon.
Well, the foregrip is not all there.
No.
Some would argue that I am not all there.
So you're effectively doing a magwell grip, but you're clipping through the C-mag, and then you've got no handguard here.
So you can take the bottom,
That would get hot.
bottom of the handguard off to fit a grenade launcher, or you can just leave it
Oh,
off.
I see. Yeah, I'm not going to do that on this because it's an absolute nightmare to put back on, as anyone that has an AR would know.
After 200, 300 rounds, it's glowing hot, so... hence the
I mean, I
hard
suppose the in-game hand position hasn't changed, obviously, but you are still with that hand position and the rate of fire that you're sort of displaying uncomfortably close to under here.
Because I think it does model if you've not got a usable handguard, you will revert to a mag hold, but doing a mag hold with a C-mag means that we've got a little clipping going on.
What you would probably need to do, like in reality, you'd want to try, I guess, put your hand under the mag and just mag rest it. Oh, I dislike the wrap around the skeletal grip as well.
I didn't think that would be the main thing that you would be concerned about. I really thought the exposed barrel would.
The giant, well, I must admit, even on, like back in the day, traditional remove the handguard, mount the 203 to that. This is why, by the way, this has the cutout here, if you didn't know that. And then equivalent A1 profile barrel, because the 203 is designed for the A1 profile barrel, so they had to slim this down, and again back here. So you have to take this off to fit it. Even with that, I was always a bit twitchy about the amount of, you could see the barrel, somehow felt wrong to me. So you'd have the 203, but the top half left in place. Always felt, and looking at the other way round, this feels like an afterthought when you just leave the top handguard on there. Much preferred it when they went to the quad rail mounting solution.
Yeah, because that 203 is in the game. Hence, this is why you need the half a handguard to fit it. But I thought I'd just leave that back in my stash. Didn't need that. Switching shoulders, you can see all that brass fly. This guy was I missing, or was he just tanking damage?
Maybe a bit of both.
That's fair.
Quite hard to aim.
It was. It really was.
Is the only Tarkov cocking animation for the AR this?
I believe so, yeah.
Interesting. That's the traditional manual of arms. But instead of that going away, what we find is new designs having that on there, and in at least 2 cases, although both of them are SIG, they put a side charging handle on there, which would be the current fashion for how to do it, but they've left the AR1 on there for training familiarity reasons. So you can charge while you charge.
There's the exhibit reference for today. This is my customized Scar H.
So I'm going to call that a Mark I Scar on the basis of the form of the gas block and the fact that it has a finger, would you believe, a recognition feature of this is it has a finger bump on the pistol grip. If it doesn't have that, it's probably in it. Well, either someone's changed it, or if it comes from the factory, it would be an A2. Otherwise, they're quite hard to tell apart. Whether the cocking handle reciprocates or not would be an indicator. So we'll see from the footage.
Well, I couldn't decide if I wanted a black one or a tan one, so I went with both.
Yep, really hate the AR carry handle.
You don't like that?
Really hate that. Yep, get that in the bin.
I thought it looked kind of cool.
So a Scar aftermarket thing that I do know about, that I didn't mention just now, is handguards. So there are various different handguards you can get. People weren't wild about this. This is an early monolithic upper. So you get that lots of nice real estate up here, but you can't swap it out for a longer one, a shorter one, a different one. And you don't get your M-lock that way when that gets invented. So there are adapters and ways to get around that. So I'm guessing that is one of those. But yeah, don't really hate the carry handle. We've got the reciprocating cocking handles, so we know that this is a Mark I Scar, whatever they've done to the lower. That's the other way to tell, by the way. This is a Mark I. The Mark II has the bump here, which was to fit polymer magazines.
Oh. Magazine's definitely aftermarket. I think I'd say 30 rounder.
You can fit polymer mags to this. They're just a bit tight.
Right.
So they reshaped the mag and then had to reinforce it at the front. So that's why that changed. It's just so wrong. I even, and I love Aliens, as you know, I even hate the carry handle on the flamethrower in that movie.
Yeah, we spoke about that recently.
So, of course I hate it on this.
It's seated so far back. That wasn't me. I was just looking through the optic options.
What do you mean it wasn't you?
And I fitted the carry handle.
Who else was it?
That's so far back.
Yeah, that does make it worse. By the way, I've unintentionally brought my own cursed gun because, as the eagle-eyed amongst you will recognise, these accessories are not real ones.
Airsoft accessories.
They are, yes. For reasons... We wouldn't display this like this if you put it on display in the museum. But for internal reasons, we do sometimes put replica accessories on things. Now, so this is reminding me of a real cursed thing that happened in Afghanistan, Iraq, maybe both. Due to a crazy rule, I think it was the US Army, rather than the Marine Corps, specified that you could fit your own optics if you purchased them, had them sent to you, or they would at least sort of turn a blind eye, but you had to retain your carry handle. So there were guys running around with M16A4, so maybe it was the Marines,
I've seen pictures of this, yeah.
with them stuck on the bottom,
Yeah.
because they can't afford to lose them, so they've got them on the weapon, and it just looks so silly. And they're conscious of that as well.
So what you're saying is Tarkov should allow you to put the carry handle on the bottom of the weapon as a sort of grip device.
I mean, they weren't even really using it as that, I don't think. Oh, maybe you could put your finger... Because those modern ones are too slim to really put your fingers through. And if you fell over while holding it, you'd break your fingers. They just put it somewhere out the way on the right. In fact, I think they were mainly on the side of the quad, out the way. I guess, in theory, you could sort of use it as a really bad canted iron sight, but it's only the rear aperture, so...
All right, final gun, going to look at an M9.
M9A3, to be precise.
This is an A4, you were saying?
This is an A4, yeah. So I think it's not the only difference, but I can't off the top of my head remember. The main difference is this has optic cuts for an opticals for a red dot sight. It's, for me, a sad decline from the beautiful Beretta 92 SB, which is the pinnacle of pistol design, full stop, if you ask me. Well, this is pretty standard so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, pistols are sort of standard. They're a decent backup weapon if you've got the weight for it, but they're rarely used in Tarkov.
Yes. Where does the cursed come in, then?
You don't know that this is cursed. I might just left. You said you were
the only one. Well, here we go. It's like Shaun of the Dead scene.
There was only so long I could have kept that up.
Are there any out there? that is quite horrible.
Yeah.
Picatinny rails on a suppressor. That's not a real suppressor design. I mean, even as I say it, I know it must be.
It's a real suppressor design that I believe is featured upside down.
That makes a bit more sense, because you might want a foregrip on there.
Yeah, or
for a machine pistol.
A very light laser module.
More realistically, yes, because you probably don't want to be talking on a suppressor. But
because the text on it, when mounted that way, is upside down.
Okay.
But
you might need a gunsmith to kind of time that onto the gun 180 degrees off. Like it'll be designed to screw on so that the Picatinny rail's on the bottom.
Well, Tarkov has modelled it this way, which then allows you to have a sight on it. So room for 3 optics.
I was just going to say, is that three red dots and a torch?
And the back one is still usable because the risers have gaps in them.
Wait, so how do we have an optic on the slide if we don't have the cuts?
So it looks like it's an option for the rear sight. So
oh
the
lordy!
rear sight,
well,
so
that's not sufficient. You don't want to be like cantilevering a piece of Picatinny off this dovetail. That's not going to be accurate or robust enough.
Well, that's why you have the 2 other backup sights.
Okay, fine. And by fine, I mean absolutely not. Yeah, so I mean, I won't call the modern Berettas cursed per se. They're just not to my aesthetic taste. But you have taken it into that realm.
Well, this is about as wacky as you can make a pistol.
I was going to say, you have limited options, really.
Yeah.
Does sort of, like if you had maybe this would be too practical, but if you could mount the suppressor the right way up, and you had a vertical foregrip on it, you could go and the extended mag but there's no buttstock option, I'm guessing.
No, not for there is on the Glock, but not for the Beretta.
Yeah, well they adapted the 92 to the 93R buttstock, as I learned recently.
Oh, okay.
On Twitter, of all places. Someone posted a picture of some American law enforcement special model that had the 93R stock adapted to a 92 frame. So you could modify the frame, but you'd need a special frame, I think, to do that. You've kind of ruined your own, completely ruined your own field of view.
Oh yeah, it's the lower optic is very difficult to use. It's still possible because the risers have gaps in, but I wouldn't recommend it.
No, and I'm guessing you can't choose to use the one above, and even if you could, it's obscured by the one in front of that.
Well, you can toggle between the bottom one and the higher
you can?
one.
Okay.
So sometimes I'll, depending on my mood, I'll switch optics.
Depending on my mood. Self-hatred or self-loathing, I would have to guess, are the two moods there. The good thing is, by the way, I don't feel bad dissing the modern Berettas because they have the whole range. They never discontinue a 92 model, seemingly. They're all still available. So if you want vintage, you can get vintage.
And we do like vintage here.
The older
Because
I
we
get, the
are
more I do. yeah.
Vintage.
And you know, being a museum curator.
And just to finish it off, these are all of today's weapons on display,
How nice.
still in my hideout,
So I can call them all.
where they will remain forever immortalised in my stash.
Unless someone were to log into your account, take them all into the field and leave them there.
Don't do that. I worked hard for these.
Hint, hint.